Okay, hello. Um, I'm gonna play this game because I want to. I think it's the third trial right now. On Sunday, I did trial 2, but I didn't post it on my channel because it was kind of boring. Basically, the last trial was like, I forgot his name already. Mass to Mass. It was like basically like a thievery trial. And the guy that was that you were defending, you find him not guilty, but then at the end they they arrest him again for murder. So we're gonna do this one. And it should be more interesting. And this is really loud for me. Okay, let's do it. Oh yeah, there was no intro for this. So what do we do? Isn't it obvious we should get out there and investigate the murder? And we have to find out where KB Security is. Why don't we ask Miss Delight? I want to ask her some stuff about motorcycles. Motorcycles? We're not thinking of getting one. I'm not the same little Maya who used to be happy with her dinky little bike. Speaking of asking around, I've got a few questions of my own for Mr. Delight. Let's make sure to go to the detention center. I wanted a motorcycle too for the longest time. Like maybe like 10 years ago. But I got talked out of it. And in hindsight, I'm kind of glad I did. You must be relieved we got a sacred urn back, huh? We did. There's something a little different about it. Don't at me. It's pretty obvious. I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says I am on the urn and the poster. But the urn we got back says Amy, like it always used to. I'm assuming this is a fake or something. Plus the vase has a pink swatches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before. Maya doesn't know, but 1 year ago when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic Amy's name into I am. And that repairer was one mechanically unskilled little pearls. But still, I don't remember ever seeing pink splotches on it. Is it possible that urn is a fake? I'm sure Pearls will find out once she gets back to Korean Village. Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Korean Village in a long time. What's up with that? I guess people still go to Korean Village to do their training. Yeah, if you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training. So why haven't you been training lately? Lately I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo just to do that. Sounds pretty serious. If you're going to train, you have to be serious, otherwise real tragedies can happen. Is what happened last year still bothering you? That murder in her village. She should have got over it already. When a medium uses the Korean technique, she temporarily loses her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. What's worse in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. murder. It wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you? I suppose not, but I guess I'm still shaken up, that's all. Sounds like the master of terrain is going to be a heavy responsibility. Phoenix Wright is like too accustomed to murders. Okay, where do we go? Oh yeah. Oh, this place is literally crawling with cops. What did you expect? Now that they know he was Master Mass, this must have been incredibly embarrassing for them. I just noticed Gumshoe is nowhere to be seen. He's a homicide detective. He's probably working on the murder case. Wasn't he in charge of the Master Mass? A murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? Yes, it is. You'd say something like a good murder case, pal. Okay. Oh, Nikki boy, Maya. Miss Delight. All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie. But I guess it ended up hurting his case. She doesn't need your help beating herself up. Please, help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. I'll poke around and see what I can find out. I'm happy. I don't know what I can do to help anymore. I had no idea Miss Delight had such a vulnerable side. Listen carefully. My Ronnie would never ever kill anyone. It's just not in him. I don't think he would either. But you have to admit, he's got a bit of a temper. Please. Okay. Miss Delight, he might not be a killer. He's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. I had to say it, you're the one living in a fantasy world. What? Didn't you say that to me? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thief type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. Thief, ha, the very idea. I guess I don't get it. I just can't understand how they'd be so different and yet be such a happy couple. It's not that mysterious. It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. For you. I'm curious about that. I hate these kind of people more than anything. You mean ace detectives? I'm fine with ace detectives. So then you must mean thieves. No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives. There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to Detective Atney's office anyway? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more nervous. I went there to try and find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Obviously, the real Master Mass is not my Ronnie. Yeah? And Detective Atney knew more about Master Mass than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People of the Town segment on TV. I went there to ask him some questions. I'll do whatever it takes to save my man. The secretary said the ace detective isn't in right now, but I forced my way past her and into his hideout. I wouldn't exactly call that office of his a hideout. The bag was sitting right there on top of the table. There's nothing lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else. Do you know about KV Security? Of course I do, that's where Ronnie works. So she still thinks that he works there. According to what we heard today. Don't tell me you don't know it. Ron DeLight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. Why does he still have the card then? I would think that you give this card back when you quit. Looks like Mr. Light doesn't know. KB Security is only 20 minutes away by motorcycle. Mary told me it takes 30 minutes by car. I have to admit, I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. Don't ever do that. So make it to KB Security that fast. Are you sure you aren't literally flying? Why don't I give you a ride sometime? Or better yet, how about now? No. Why don't you just tell us where it is and we'll go ourselves? What a scaredy cat you are. Alright, let's go. Love at first sight. So was it really love at first sight when you met Mr. Delight? Maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life. I was at work one day when two robbers suddenly rushed in. I'm not the kind to just curl on a little ball in the corner, so I fought back. Robbers? Yeah, they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying these huge knives, and I broke down into tears. I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you? Yes! I remember you looked so handsome in that guard uniform. I went right up to those two knife-wielding robbers and screamed in their faces. Please stop it! Crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the two robbers. All by himself. He came to save me, a total stranger. All by himself. So scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. That's a great story. You may not look it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. Aww. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. It's so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. I hope you do the same thing if I... Maya, that possibility I something. I'm sorry, I don't ship those two together, so I'm not gonna acknowledge it. Alright. I guess this is where it all went down, huh? The walls in here look thick. Like you'd expect to see in the CEO's office. What does that have to do with anything? Hey, it's you guys. Oh, Detective Gumshoe. Today is a real train wreck for you. Sure, pal, the prosecutor made us real fools out of us. Thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great, you guys got what you deserve. It's not that mean. Do I really sound like that to you? The gumshoe fits. Well, anyway. Point is I could tell when someone puts their heart into their jobs. I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives. I had no idea Detective Gumshoe is such a nice guy. Now if this little love fest is over, maybe we could start investigating. Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know. Okay, but the thing is, I'm really not supposed to. How do we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us. Okay, I'll tell you, don't start crying on me. Okay, I won't cry on you, pal. Victim's name is Kane Bullard. He's the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning on October 12th. Cause of trauma was blunt force. Cause of death was blunt force trauma. Happened at exactly the same time that Mass to Mass was still in the urn. So why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body? There's a good explanation for that one. George's body was stashed away inside the safe. Oh my god. Nobody heard from him, but when they opened the safe... Oh my goodness. Okay, so the body fell out. The white string must be the shape. I think we need some more information about Mr. Billard. What happened to Master Mass? He's at the detention center, screaming like a madman. Investigate me again. I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief. You mean that Detective Abby? That guy got what he deserved. Now that's the detective I know him of. It's so pathetic he stole something that cost nothing. It was mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. He was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief. I'd explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen item. He just did that to make himself look like a great detective. There's one thing I can't figure out about his first heist. Yeah, the Tear of Ammonon. He was a witness on that one. Yeah, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. This guard here, haven't I seen him somewhere? It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see. I'm curious, what are they talking about? Precious gem. It kind of looks like our client. Oh, they don't have a picture of him. Oh, here he is. King boy. Our prosecutor, I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight. Yeah, I think he did it that way just because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. So who's that Java-addicted mass maniac anyway? It's quite the enigma. Thing is, I never heard of the guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office, came out of nowhere. He said it was his first case, and he lost. No way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in the court, a maverick that gives me goosebumps. I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way. I had no idea you were so unpopular. That's not what I meant. The Gadat guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. Okay, look around this place. It's Wright. Think it fell out of the safe when it was open? I don't think so. I think the string shows where and how the corpse was lying. He was killed by being crushed by the safe door? She can't be serious. Do they do this type of thing, or is that just for the... Is that like a thing in the movies? Think about it, a dead guy was lying in here all night. Literally don't bother asking for fingerprints. There was none. Somebody opened the safe on the night of the crime. And so, if Mr. Bullard's body was hidden in here, it must mean that it was opened by either the killer or the victim. I got some bad news. Are you ready? Opening this baby is no piece of cake. There are only a few people who know how to open the safe. Everyone that knows how to open the safe had airtight alibis. Everyone except one that is... I'm almost afraid to ask. Oh boy. He's a security chief? So he knew how to open the safe. Sorry for raining on your parade. Shoot. Look at that huge frame photo. Tall mountains rising majestically against the sky. A dark and cloudy sky. There's a title written at the bottom. The greatness sunrise of my life. This was his best sunrise? Either this guy didn't get out enough, or he had really rotten luck with the weather. Maybe if he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. It's pretty sad, he was like 50. There's a button here, let's see. Whoop. It's an emergency buzzer. I hate loud noises like that. How many times have I told you to read the instructions first? The alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. It's possible on the night of the crime. When the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer? I thought about that, so I asked around, but they said that the buzzer never went off. So we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bullard wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way. Gotta talk to the guard. What is this big book? Check out this big thick binder. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Getting a file isn't exactly backbreaking work, just a little hard in the eyes. How did you find out? This file, it's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about mass to mass. It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods and crime scenes. Look at the last page. It's a list. Here to end on 100K. This looks like a list of all the treasures that Mass to Mass stole. 100,000 is the value of a stolen item. That number sounds kind of low to me. I think I better secretly make a copy of this list. Okay, so we all gradually get higher. And then the vase that they stole is worth nothing. Oh, it's not in here. I don't know what's going on here. These look like some kind of bookshelf or cabinet. Hybrids. I can't get in between these two shelves. Go train yourself trying. It looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel. I guess it's one shelf at a time. Looks like they're filled with bunches of files. Files are full of data about security jobs who are hired to handle. Could be a good night's reading if you got insomnia. I was hoping for something a little more exciting, like UFOs. This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought. It looks like a super soft cherry. Let me try it. Ooh, I feel like a CEO. Oh, great. Pick me up a cup of really expensive import tea and some scones. This is the vibe. Jacob sat in a chair just before he was brutally killed. Oh my god. I think that's it. What's this? Okay, I think I got everything. If I'm taking like a pause, I'm taking a drink. The treasures of Khrenoneno exhibit is all ruined now. I'm sorry, it's just so sad. This is a big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I could cheer up somehow. Now that we got the sacred urn back, maybe they could reopen it? Maybe we could label up the urn of mass to mass desires. Brilliant. We could clean up and be filthy rich. Yippee! That was surprisingly easy. Oh, it's you. Miss Andrews. What's she hanging around here for? How's it going? The urn has been taken care of. What is that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? She was brought in during the trial today. You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Master-Mass' wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. I just heard all about it on the news. The detective was actually a thief. Looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring the mass to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself, you're just doing your job. If she wants to apologize, you should let her. When was it that you hired Detective at me again? About 20 days ago. And when was that mass-to-mass calling card arrived? It was about 10 days ago. He sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. Yeah, nothing about that made any sense. Mass murdered someone as well? I thought that he was in here stealing the urn at the time. We're talking about the criminal mastermind, so anything is possible. Look, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atney? No. After all, he was hidden the entire time. Never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that's the way he always operates. It's just what he says so he can have an alibi where he commits the thefts himself. He's caught on the crime scene photo dressed up as Master-Mass. I'm so glad you got it back, but there's still something that bothers me. The urn that came back seems different. How did they not notice there was cracks on it? freaking stupid. I don't know anything. Why would I? Uh-oh. She's lying. A Cyclock. Isn't Cyclock a Capcom character? It means the person that holds the secret to the mystery of Sacred Urn is a very Miss Andrews. What? I don't remember how to do these. Just click them. And for today, Mr. Light brought the urn back, but it's a little different from the urn I remember. How do I get this unlocked? What are you lying about, Missy? Do you know anything about the Sacred Urn? I don't know anything. I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before Kurt, it's obviously not the same urn. Oh, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. You're the one who said it wasn't the same. Do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted to the trial is genuine? Is she serious? The evidence is fake too. Wait, how wasn't that it? Do you have any evidence that the urn was... I'm so confused. Okay, there might be something else now. I don't know. Maybe I don't have it yet. Alright, I will be back. Sad, pitiful whine that tapers into silence. Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight. We don't have enough time as it is. I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. I thought he was a thief. Now they got a murder case on their hands. The guard over there looks a bit on edge. Just have to come back later. I need to find evidence for that urn. So happy you got your sacred urn back. I need to think for that. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Because I mistakenly banged your husband before taking it. I told you, didn't I? Ronnie could never do such a thing. She knows. What's wrong with those key cards from Ronnie's company. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've seen one. Probably because Ron doesn't work there. What is this again? I don't remember. Do you know about this? Is that the letter addressed to my Ronnie? I hate when people poke their noses into other people's business. Yeah, but I'm his lawyer. She has no idea her husband's being blackmailed. She just doesn't know. I don't know, I just had a thought, like maybe, it might sound crazy, but maybe she's involved. Maybe she's involved in the murder case. It's Ronnie's wallet. It was found on the night of the murder. Ronnie and I went out to dinner early that evening. I'm sure he had his wallet with him then. He must have dropped it at the crime scene. What do you know about this? You can't show her that. Emily's top secret. No! But the way she just said top secret was a worse giveaway. I don't know, when I heard that word, top secret, it just piques my interest. I guess she doesn't. Just feigning ignorance. This. What's that? Copy that data. Oh yeah. It's literally sitting on the table. This was his first heist, and I guess I underestimated him. I was sure I was going to get him, so I was careless and lost the info on the witness. By witness, do you mean the guard in the photo? Yeah, he and the detective worked together to try to catch him mass to mass. So he got away anyway. That card. I got the weird feeling that I've seen him around lately. I got 2 ears and 2 eyes, but I only got 1 brain. Nick, if you have something to say, just come out and say it. You need to get information about the urn. I still got no idea why Maximus would go after a broken old pot. I mean, this tasteful old family heirloom. Point, why go after a worthless piece of junk? I mean worthless in a good way. I mean, this is a first for the guy. Andrews hired at me as a security for calling the power of Ethan Kane. I wonder if that has anything to do with how things played out. What do they mean by that? Don't tell anyone about that emblem. Does the thief ever send these to the police? No, always to the victims. I until now, the victims are always come looking for help. That's not what happened this time. You got that right. Listen up, if you guys ever get one of these calling cards, I want you to come to us right away. Okay. I don't know what to show them now. Okay, not bad. Yeah. Oh, I can't save. Do you have any evidence the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? I thought it was going to be this. Maybe I have to submit a person. Okay, I don't want to lose my health. I don't know, I think I just need more information. How come you don't look any happier about that urn? I don't know if it should say Amy or I am. And now it's got big polka dots on it. Do you think you're overreacting? Overreacting, Nick, I can't believe you just said that. I mean, it's like if I came in wearing polka dots on my acolyte costume every day. Hey, Nick, I am. It would be a real disaster. You see? That's how I feel. What do you think about this? I don't know. Where did Pearl go? Really sure is a good kid. She tends to let her imagination get the best of her. That's one of the things I like about her. Slapping you the way she did, she's a tough one, alright. You're telling me, I think she knocked it a few too close. Pearl's only 9, but it's amazing how emotionally strong she is. After all, the only family she has left is her only cousin. You know, even I didn't know the statue existed. Didn't Adrian say it was from the Fae Branch family's training hall? Yes, there are actually a lot of training halls scattered all around the country, hidden away deep in the desolate mountains. Why does it always have to be desolate mountains? Let's see if she knows. Oh yeah, okay, I already did this. I might have enough information, I just... I'm doing something wrong. Okay. Maybe it's like the picture. Maybe it has something to do with that. No. Is there any evidence the urn that was submitted at the trial is genuine? Not sure. I thought that this said that it was fake at first, but it says genuine. It says, I will be coming to the purloin, the most priceless work of art on display. Take good care of the speckled urn. Maybe it has something to do with this. I hired a detective at me for security. I suppose that was a mistake. Master Mass is in the calling card of the very exhibit. He was hired a guard. I wonder if he knew because it would be easy to steal. Should have also known that he could easily become a suspect. Did I show this? I don't remember. The Treasures of Khrenoneno exhibit is my first job, and I really want it to be a success. I got an idea. Why don't you redo the whole poster? You put something like voted best treasure exhibit or mass to mass. Oh yeah, that's a fantastic idea. The security camera was provided by Lordly Taylor department store. I took a close look at it on the day after the theft. The timestamp on the photo is definitely real. Doesn't know anything. Pathetic looking wooden box. That's the box that had the secret in it. Maybe clues to the thief's identity. It looks so hard to make that box. I don't understand how... because there's pink on the box. Why is there pink on the box? There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it is always shapes and shocking pink. I feel like they never went into detail about that, because like, I thought it was a statue corner that was making it, giving it that look. But it might have been the box. It doesn't look like there's anything on this box. I thought the whole exhibit would be brightened up by something shiny and gold. That's why I went to the trouble of borrowing it from the Branch Family Training Hall. The gold statue is totally cool in my book. I arrived rather late, so I thought I wanted to be able to put it on display. It looks like the statue was moving on line with the theft. It wasn't me that moved it. Detective Atney said he got hit on the back of the head, but that was obviously a lie. it turned out that Atney was a real thief. I'm going to take full responsibility and fix the sword myself. I know I don't look like it, but I have complete confidence I can fix it. I promise I'll fix it so you never knew it was bent. I gotta hit someone the other way. What this thing? There's something about the speckled pink. I don't remember if I showed her this. View from the photo taken by the security camera is missing its brooch. The thing is, there's no evidence that the photo was tampered with. It was definitely taken at 12:58. I turned the tables at the trial today with the mystery of the missing brooch. I wonder if there's something more to this missing piece of costume jewelry. Thanks for giving me a hint. She knows something about the brooch. They had me keep all this evidence, so this lady. She doesn't know anything. I'm curious what happens if I lose all my health. Okay, it's still gone. I don't think I ever examined this room. Charlie, a quite decorative plant. She was alive. Mia really loved it. She even went so far as to make it her mascot. No matter how busy I get, I'll never forget to water this little fella. There's a giant building just outside the window. It's a Gatewater Hotel, a high-class luxury hotel. Shane is getting so rich that they bought a whole chunk of the town next over. Started building a huge theme park. It's going to be called Gatewater Land. And to think of it that 2 years ago, it was just a little hotel for businessmen. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. These are all Mia's. I just realized I didn't buy a single one of these. An old movie poster. Apparently this was the first movie that made Mia cry. Maya watched it recently, and she said she cried all night too. Which I guess is why it's back up on the wall. Okay, thanks for the lore. I'm like forgetting what I showed them and what I didn't show them. Secret urn. I don't know anything about the secret urn. I don't know. Okay, that wasn't it. But I wonder if it's gonna... Mr. Nick, if you push yourself anymore, your soul will shatter. Oh my god. Just calm down, collect your thoughts, and try again. I've made too many mistakes. Okay, does my health full again? I don't know, like I'm doing the thing where like I'm just trying everything. I would have thought this is the obvious answer. Also, I don't even know where the urn is. Like, why it's not in my possession. I can't check around here yet, but we're investigating this place. Keep your hands to yourself. What's all this now? Move it along. Okay, I can't look anywhere. I don't know where the urn is. is new. I've been thinking a lot about it. Why would Kane Fuller have been blackmailing Ron Delight? Mr. Delight used to work at KB Security, but what was that made him quit? Well, I'm in the middle of investigating that right now. I wonder because he got hit in the head. I wonder if it was the vase or the urn. You can present people. Tell us more about Shane Bullard. It's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluebird. The victim in this case doesn't make much of an impression. You're the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbering like an idiot, saying, "Now's a chance to get more info on the victim." Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard? He's the CEO of KD Security. What kind of company was it anyway? The company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had this chance to learn a lot about secrets. And I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber. Me too, I just love money and can't get enough. Please stop leaning towards me like that. I'm not getting in my wallet. Looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. I think I need to be shiftier. Apparently he's involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. He's pretty dirty and underhanded. KD Security used to head security operations against Mass MS. And after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it really was Bullard sitting on the blackout letter. I showed him everything else. Sorry for him, he's kind of a sad young guy. He seems to have a habit of getting arrested. It's just my personal opinion, but I think the police should investigate the whole thing more carefully. Weren't you the one that arrested him with a giant goofy smile on your face? Well, if he was the one that admitted to doing it, now that I know I can present people. I don't know. I'm really terrible at judging people. I should have learned my lesson about what happened 7 months ago. But I didn't. I got taken in by this flim-flam detective. I'm here to help. Mr. Wright is a really wonderful man. Should have made me happy, but she just admitted she's terrible at judging people. Come on, I could tell you're happy anyway. Look at me. Detective Atme was really masked at Max. She seems depressed. Miss Faye, I'd love to introduce you at the exhibit. I'd be happy to do whatever I can to help. The Master of Khrenoneno, or the Spirit Song, or perhaps Maya's theme. That sounds wonderful. I had no idea such songs existed. Well, we don't yet. I just want to make a Nick write them. Oh, a great deal of thanks to that badge. It's the only reason why I'm still here today. Oh, come on now, that's not true. I think what Nick means to say is, it wasn't thanks to the badge, it was thanks to me. Tell the truth, Nick. I know what you were thinking. I'm just gonna present my badge. Any evidence? Did I show this to her? Sure I have. No, she wouldn't know anything about this. I really have a feeling that guy's wife is involved. I don't know why. Just a feeling. Is that an urn back there? It's a bunch of old urns. Are these treasures too? Of course they are. This is a treasure exhibit. That's all it takes to be a treasure is age. No wonder nobody likes museums. Yeah, I feel like this woman is involved somehow. This is Master Mouse. I wonder what kind of house he lives in. It looks exactly like this house. If I was a famous thief, I would live in a great mansion. I'm gonna show everyone my badge. Take a look at my badge. I'm still showing that cheap little thing on it. We're bickering about who's a better man. So good. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Okay, I guess I overlooked something, which is this worm right here. So I didn't read any more than that, but I completely overlooked it. So, okay, this is really something else. For a security guard office, it doesn't feel very secure. KB security guard, I remembered. Larry might be. Hey Nick, what's up? So he is here. I was like, hey dude, you got my sweet little Maya with you. Hey. Here I was working at my fingers to the bone, and in walks an angel. I've got no problems with a daytime date. No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer. If it's about the murder case, boy, I've got some good info for you. I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya. Nick here is a different story. Mary, I thought you two were old school buddies. That was then, this is now. So what is this good info you're talking about? Oh my god, a pro. You can't just give away information for free. Smells like Wright. I thought professionals are more, I don't know, honest? Can you talk to him, Maya? Hey, tell us already. What's a good info? I like that. This kitten has got some good claws. So the thing is, Rhonda Wright was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Yeah, you're a pro. I follow you. And years ago, Rhonda Wright was fired. 1 year ago. And there was no warning. It just happened all of a sudden. I know it's a small company, but I think that's pretty awful. I guess he must have done something really bad. Like maybe skipping out on work to go pick up hot chicks. No, that's just you. What is it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me, I get fired. Alright, I guess. I just keep my eye on the monitors all the time. Monitors? The security camera is set in each room around the building. It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. If I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams. What teams? The security teams for this company. They're supposedly the best in the business. I'm no amateur, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. In other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. You were in this office when the murder took place. Why do you say that? This is just a part-time job, and I can't operate on the equipment, and I'm dumb. Even if it's a part-time job and you're dumb, you're still in charge of the security. Give me a break. Don't try to pin the whole thing on me. It's not fair. I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? There's a bunch of bugs flying around. Uh-oh. I knew something smelled bad, and it was the butts after all. It's like I always say, that was then and this is now. Looks like I'm gonna have to purchase a psych block. Okay. Before I do that, let me look around. This is so weird. I was just thinking the other day, like, in like old movies, like not even that old, like 2000s movies, like they would make like certain things like the way they present the future, it was like, I don't know, they would like do stuff like this, like for example, like they would like pull out a phone and it's like just like a glass screen. But I don't know, I feel like games now, they present like the future like pretty normally, like, you know, they don't have like all this like weird ass shit. It's my partner seat. Your partner? Oh, that's what I call her. She's my superior. Kind of a weird old lady. There's tea spilled over at that machine. Oh, don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. Still works fine. I really know how to build them. The screens there show what's going on all over the building. It's my job to keep a steady eye on them. I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you. Can you watch regular TV on these? If anyone's sitting here and watch TV instead of working, it's like... Maya, I'm a pro. Besides, you can't get regular TV on it. Because that was my first bit of investigation. I know what you were thinking. It was a professional investigation. Something is written on the poster in fine print. A guard's 5 commandments. What the? 1. Obey the superior. 2. Respect thy superior. 3. Donuts for Five Superior. It's signed Wendy Oldbag. I remember her. Just one tough little bird. Cross her and come face to face with a real genuine ray gun. Yeah, that sounds scary, alright. Well, unfortunately, she's on vacation. That's why I'm so relaxed. I remember in the last game, she's a security guard too. Hey Larry, that's your jacket. Do you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever? I was told to never ever touch that lever. She scowled and huffed at me. Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, Greenhorn? So why hang your jacket on such an important lever? Because it got me curious. The jacket's weight pulls the lever down. That's what they call an accident. Doesn't suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what'll happen? It's true, it's killing me. What about you? But for a different reason. Okay, I think I looked at everything. Let me see. Take a look at these things here. What are they? Can you say who? It's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I just thought they were some kind of decoration. That's what I feel like. How did this guy ever get a job here? Okay, so we had, here's a Cyclops. The night of the crime. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you're supposed to? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work yesterday to go see Mrs. Delight? But that was that, and this is this. Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night, too? Never, I didn't sneak out. I'll tell you what, I'll even bet you $1. $1? Wow, that's confidence. What's with that drench in the rain puppy dog look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? Evidence that Larry was not manning his station was... Is it this button? No, they didn't. That means that they didn't push it, right? Oh, maybe it's this. Found it because he found this. Found in the KB security building. What's this? Smollett, you know about this. Never seen it before. What? You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. That I was there for. What time was it when you found this wallet? I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor. 1 o'clock in the morning? That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. But there's something you didn't think about. My shift that day didn't start until 10. The murderer might have snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had snuck in before 10, then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. Why do I get the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 during your shift. used at one. So this. When you use this key card, does it leave a record? Yeah, but I can't show the record to anyone. Keycard data was already made public in the trial today. I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info. Oh yeah, they were gonna ask him, but does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time? According to the data, the door at the CEO's office was open with the card. It was most definitely used at 1 a.m. the night of the murder. No way. Someone used this to get into the CEO's office. It happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. I mean, you can't duck your responsibility this time. Cool. I was worried about the health. I know it. It was all my fault. It's my fault that the boss was killed. My fault. Larry, there's nothing I could do. I have important issues to deal with. What happened that night anyway? Madonna happened. Madonna? Madonna called and said, I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her and he's standing right there next to her. My new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Only I'm the one that does the punching. Yeah. Is that why you left the security guard office? Sorry, it was all my fault. Can I ever make it up? For the CEO dying? Getting murdered? He's curled up on the floor, crying like a baby. Is there anything I could do? Do whatever I have to make up for it. As long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we got? Maybe we'll get at least one. I don't know what they're talking about, but what are they talking about? They want me to present something. What would it be? Buzzer in the CEO's office is connected to the room. Just like my heart is connected to yours. Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue. This guy's such a freak. You think you could tell us about the buzzer? Please tell us. Prepare to be wowed. Alright. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. I heard it, so that was you. You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement. The CEO office is on the 1st floor. I thought it would be a good idea to adopt a wait-and-see approach. There's a police detective here, right? I didn't think it was necessary. It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder. Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night? There might be a record, right? You must have had a look at it. Of course I did, and I couldn't possibly have made a mistake. you can have a look for me, pretty please? Can't just say no to you, Maya. Did he always, like, act that way with Maya? I don't think even... I made a mistake. It can't be. It's impossible. What about the records? That night, it went off just once in the morning at around 1. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not good. Buzzer went off once at 1:02. Guys, it really made me reflect on the way I've been living. But the only problem is, with all this reflecting, where's the time for love? Frankly, I think reflecting is a bit overrated. What are you going on about, Larry? Plus, do you honestly have any new info on the buzzer? Record? Nothing at all. This guy reflects about as much as a piece of black carpeting. Surely he'd been let go of this position by now, right? Interest in all this old junky stuff. Now that I'm a new person, well, I can kind of see the appeal. Why don't we go visit one of those musty old temples? I think I could actually learn to like this new Larry. Listen carefully. I know you don't think much of me as a person, but I'm no thief, and I would never wear a goofy getup like that. Nobody ever accused you of being a thief. It's too much work for me. Making plans, writing calling cards. I'd rather just pull a dine and dash in a burger joint. Burgers? I love burgers. Really? What about it? Wanna go on a burger date tonight? At least pay for the food, because I'm not defending you again. Just need to get some information out of this guy. So I still need to unlock that blonde lady's thing. So what about this? Maya, you shouldn't have a love letter for me? No, this is a blackmail letter. How do you know about that? How much is Alexis demanding this time? Who's Alexis? Didn't we show him this letter yesterday too? Pretty sure we did. Made me all nervous. That's a wallet I found. I found it when I snuck out of work. I didn't sneak out of work to get socked in a kisser. If only I had been more responsible at work. Socked in a kisser. I might have spotted the murder on the monitor. We really do feel bad, don't we? Yeah, well, maybe it's all for the best. I think we've got Destiny and I closer together. Just like they say, every cloud has a silver lining. You gotta see that old water glass is half full. I'm starting to sound like a lawyer now. Don't forget, Nick. Half full. Yeah, I'm just gonna show him everything. So was this the card that was used by the culprit? Going off the serial number, then yeah. The card was used to open the CEO's office door at 1 AM. client have the card, then it's a no-brainer. He's the killer, man. This guy's so weird. There's always a guy like this at every job. Okay. Save our company. He was a pretty good guy. Yeah, you did. Not very good about working hard. And I guess what the boss said to me about that. I don't expect much work from you, Larry. In return, just don't expect much pay. I see. I guess you gotta follow some kind of dumb law about having security here in the building. So in order to pay the lowest wage, he moves to the bottom of the barrel. That's not good. To be honest, I really looked up to the boss. If I ever grow up to be CEO, I want to be just like him. And don't worry, Nick. I promise I'll hire you for security. They kind of bring up a good point, because, like, you ever go to, like, a place and they, like, have all these, like, metal detectors before you go in? Like a concert or something? I mean, anyone could, like, still sneak in anything. Like, that's not, like, gonna... It's not, like, gonna prevent anyone from really... Like, people could sneak something in if they really wanted to. And the detectors, like... You know, may or may not catch it. But, like... Those places, I feel like, just kind of have to have it for, like, who knows what reason, insurance or something. They probably need to have security. You know, on the basis of if someone gets hurt or something, they could be like, we had security, and we followed all these guidelines. Dusty is one awesome lady. It's been a long time since I felt this way. I think I'm really in love. Except for what I feel about you, Maya. I don't think even he knows what he's saying anymore. Yeah, who is this? You don't need to know, I'm not telling you. I got a major thing for girls with sleeveless shirts and classes. How do you know that? And if they have an orange colored memo pad, I really lose my cool. I can't really know Adrian. I'm 25 now. It's about the time I started giving some serious thoughts on him. Yeah, they're like 25. Phoenix, right? 25? It's 26. Third year as a lawyer. She was 23. I feel like that's really young. Well, you know, my future, my dreams. When exactly does this future of yours start? A man's life begins at 30. That's my theory anyway. I figure I got another 5 years of guilt-free screw-ups before I have to buckle down. Harry, I think, forget it. cuter than last time I saw you. Don't you look totally different than 2 years ago? Maybe it's because we're always together, but she looks pretty much the same. I don't have any interest in men. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, he doesn't want me to show him pictures of men, I guess. Oh, this guy, the detective, he was here before, drilling me with a ton of questions. Really? Like, what did he ask? I can't remember. Well, you know, just a bunch of boring stuff. I don't know if I have everything. Okay, Adrian's... For Cyclock, they were saying, like, how do you know the urn was genuine? I don't know, maybe I show her this, but I don't know what that has to do with anything. I'll just go try it and see. No, this isn't it. Let me see. Totally like missing something. I just don't know what it is. Let me see again. Can you guys hear me gulping my drink? I'm gonna do it right now. Can you hear that? I'm wearing like, I don't have a mic or anything. It's not like professional around here. I'm using like Apple earphones. So like the microphone, I'm touching it right now. The microphone is like literally right by my throat. It's already been almost 2 hours. Holy crap. So far these trials have been taking like 4 hours. So I expect to be done with this in a couple hours. Mr. Wright? Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation? Yeah, please don't leave me alone anymore. I lied to us before. Well, on the same night the sacred urn was stolen, a blackmail letter you got summoned you to KD security. And that's where the CEO, Kane Buller, was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight. So the only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Okay. Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you're a mass to mass? Of course he does. Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. Oh, this is Mr. Delight. At the trial of the day, we learned the true identity of the thief. Ha ha ha. I wasn't the one who stole the urn. Of course not. After all, you're at KD security at the time. So then, wasn't dressed up as Mass to Mass in the photo. It's gotta be Detective Adam. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor, did you? You went to KD security. I went to KD security at the time. The blackmail note said I should. Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the keycard to unlock the door. It's probably when you dropped the wallet. And I went into the CEO's office. Someone was in there. Someone. Uh-oh. Suddenly they flashed me over the head. Oh shit. There's a Kane Buller that hit you. I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. Lucky he didn't kill you too. I came into my senses. The sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. You put it in the safe. Oh my god. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. I got out of there, for starters. Why did you put it in the safe? I was the one who set up the security cameras in the building, so I knew how to avoid being spotted. All of a sudden, Mr. Delight sounds like the murderer. Yeah. Mr. Delight is a true Is it true that 1 year ago you were forced to quit? How did you? I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi. Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Thank goodness. No, I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief, she'd never forgive me. My marriage will be over. Only that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief. At least that's what I thought anyway. I don't even know what to say to that. Buzzer went off just once around that time that Bullard was killed. That's scary. Do you know anything about that, Mr. Delight? Sorry, I'm afraid I don't. The list we found in the office of the CEO, Mr. Bullard. This is a list of the things that Master Mask stole. And that's the value of each item listed to the victim. Next to them, oh my god. 100k, 150k. Are you sure that's the value of stolen items? Numbers seem a little low. Even on the black market, the prices should be at least 3 times higher than that. I guess he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard. It's the emergency buzzer from the CEO's office. Don't press it, it makes a terrible racket. I just love making a lot of noise. Does this buzzer have something to do with the case? At this point, I don't really know yet. After all, there were no prints on it, or anything for that matter. Hey, he has something to say about everything, which is great. That was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. Must have gotten right away. It says it in the article he disappeared. That's right, I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I had my mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. And I quickly changed it to my security guard uniform. Oh yeah, that is him. Regarding this photo, is this you? That's right, nice trick if I do say so myself. This guy is like a role player, so like, I don't know like what, I don't know what the truth is or what not the truth is. I kind of like it. It truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Except for Abby found the Master Mask disguise. Yes, I heard that he brought it home with him. So that's it. That's when Abby got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time consuming. Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. What are you talking about? Blackmail letter, is this the first one you got? No, of course not. This is the first one that ever called me to a specific location. Did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Ammonon heist. The first letter, it said, I know you did it. So someone found out your true identity, just like that. Now, it's not that easy being a master thief. I got proof that it was you, so give up. In the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all that trouble to steal. What do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box in the letter, someone sent me 10k. No one said anything about me being worried. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. What are you talking about? So this is the blackmail letter written by KB Security. I think so, probably. You can only get into the CEO's office if you have a key card. Blackmail letter said to meet at KB Security. And no one else other than Mr. Bullard could have written the letter. Up until now, Master Mass has gone after famous works of art. Why did he suddenly decide to steal this plain-looking urn that nobody wants? You make it sound like you had nothing to do with the theft. I like that they keep ragging on the urn. And Maya, it's like Maya's family heirloom. It doesn't mean that she's still an urn. This calling card, did you send this? No. I don't know anything about that. I mean, I had other plans for that night already. What about Detective Abney? Could he be the one that sent it? Looks that way. I can't think of anyone else. That night, because of the letter, I had no choice but to go to KB Security. Tell me about this guy. Mr. Bullard, my old boss. It's so sad. Do you have any idea what might have happened? Is there anyone that might have wanted him dead? Oh yeah, sure. Mr. Bullard was the type of guy who made lots of enemies. He did lots of threatening things to people. Do you mean he scared people or they threatened him with blackmail? I guess they're kind of the same, right? I don't really know if I could say one way or the other. Okay. Desi. She really has a thing against criminals, and yet she speeds. Do you have any idea why that is? If you want to know the details, you have to ask her. Oh, she got robbed. I forgot. Thing is, after I lost my job at KB Security, I needed to earn money to keep Desi satisfied. Lots of money. But I couldn't seem to find a good job. That's why I wound up becoming the thing that Desi hates the most, a thief. I'm ashamed to admit it, but sometimes I wonder if I'm really cut out to be a thief. It doesn't suit you at all. Once I decided to become a thief, I started studying like crazy. Petty Larceny 101, the history of pilfering. You know, but I watch a lot of movies and read a lot of novels about great thieves. I admire you for doing your homework. All the great ones have their own trademarks, flashy costumes, and calling cards. Unique laughs and catchy slogans like, "Farewell, my friends." Let's talk about a villain. I figured I needed to do a good job with that if I was going to make a splash. Yeah, I guess you really can't say goofy stuff like that unless you're a master thief. Farewell, or we shall meet again. You know, hokey stuff like that. I've been hot on your trail ever since the first heist. That's big. You made a pretty stunning confession. It was me all along. I don't know what to say. I guess he's just delusional. So this guy is Master Mass. Like, for sure, right? He did all these? feel like I still don't have what I need. I'm looking for the CEO's office. Where is it? There it is. Still feel like I don't have what I need, so. Oh, I didn't see this untracked. Okay. What are these plans we're talking about? There are instructions on how to steal a crown, a painting, or some other real treasure. It showed security blind spots and escape routes. Okay, so he didn't plan. I received plans from some very kind person, incredibly detailed plans. Sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful for the person that was blackmailing him. So Ron Delight was Master Max. What else is behind the thefts? Someone had planned it all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. So you went after the sacred urn because of one of those plans, Sid. Well, truth is, I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. Delight, is everything you told me the truth? Yeah, please don't tell Desi, okay? Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Oh, please don't hurt me. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear it wasn't you who killed him? I can never, I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? Mystic Maya. Pearly. I'm back. What have you been up to? Secret urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Korean village to have it examined. What did you find? There was no need to worry. This was the real urn. That's a relief. I was really worried. But there's one small problem. These cute little pink splotches. They said that it's paint, and that they were put on the urn recently. Why are they talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We gotta find out how they got there. Yeah. We'll find out how they got there. Please don't forget about me. Okay, I think I got what I needed. Finally. It's the genuine thing. Okay. Ron's testimony from Damas second eyes on, he was stealing as directed by blackmail. Okay. Oops. Okay. Pearl. Hey. Haven't seen you around. Where have you been? I was having this urn examined. Oh, okay. Okay, they want me to look around? This is the camera and computer that Detective Abby set up on. That's what he said. And yet he still let it take a picture of him. I guess he's not as smart as he pretends to be. The camera belonged to Lord Taylor, so he knew he couldn't tamper with it. So why would mass to mass, allow that to happen? This box, there's something about it that's bothering me. That's the box that the sacred urn was in. Looks like there's some pink paint on it. It's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it. Alright, let's investigate it in. Wooden box that had the sacred urn in it has pink stains. It's all coming together. I'll do this. Oh, oops. Let's click in. Looks to me like it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about the pink mark. Bottom left part of it is oddly shaped and shocking pink. Could it be that this odd shape is? Pretty sure this is it. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box. Look, it matches. What is it? This is all turning out to be exactly as I thought it would. That's good that you know and I don't. It's starting to become clear. It's interesting that both these cases are connected. The statue wasn't where it is now when we first came here. It was right next to the door, wasn't it? If someone moved it, it was probably mass to mass. I didn't like being watched by Mystic Amy when I stole the urn. You're giving me the creeps of that kind of talk. Inside the door to the actual store, and I can see lots of big boxes and stuff back there. I guess that's where they're keeping the sacred urn. Another line, Los Angeles says we're not allowed in there. Okay, let's see if we can let's check out the urn. Anything could be fake. Do you have any evidence the urn that was submitted was genuine? Yes. For sure this time. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is a genuine article. Girls went back to the Korean village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the vase was broken again. Did you say again? Yeah, it was broken once a year ago, and now it looks like the same thing has happened. Quite recently, too. You saying that this urn was broken recently? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? This thing that I presented first last time. The poster, it was made recently, right? Oh, the poster for exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am. But now for some mysterious reason it says Amy. When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. I am. What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there for the photo when this poster was taken. Tell the truth. Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. Do you have any proof that the urn was broken here? Really tailored. I don't know, is it because I don't know if it was in the box. How did it get pink splotches on it? The urn has these pretty little pink paint splotches on it. And there's some on the box the urn was stored in too. No matter how you look at it, the paint seems to be exactly the same. What did she say? The urn was dropped along with the box. That's when they both got paint on them. Are you with me so far? Yeah. The rest of the story is obvious. This box was dropped right here in the Lily Taylor's basement warehouse. If I could prove that, it means the urn was broken here too. Can you prove that the box was dropped here in the basement warehouse? I think I already know where I'm going with this. I still don't understand. She was holding like a paint bucket and an urn. If you put this box in the impression of the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right here. And that is when the urn was broken. It really does you justice, Mr. Wright. Sweet. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher? I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. That's not so hard to understand. Is it pretty? Not at all. I just know how she feels. After the poster photo was taken, on the same day the urn arrived. I thought I put it away down for safekeeping. I was carrying it in a box. She's holding all this shit. When I tripped on a paint can, I lost my balance. The box I was carrying crashed to the ground. Crash. I heard a total noise and I thought my heart was going to stop. Getting the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's what happened. Aww. Broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and lay right on the paint. I was in shock. I let out a huge scream. I can see how that could have happened. As clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Korean Village, so I tried as hard as I can to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's what the I am was changed to Amy. I didn't know how it originally was written. But any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Amy. Oh my god, poor Pearl. said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one has seen it since. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. And that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. Use the golden statue to cover it. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The first time that we came down here, it was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen. By Mr. Nick. There's no paint marks on the wall or the floor. There's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, a golden statue just arrived from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint. That's why I put it where you first saw it. Now it makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange. The day after the urn was stolen, we came here. At that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible. Why doesn't she just tell me what happened? On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. The next day it was moved, but why? Looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. Why do you think so? Because that night the real thief was at KB Security, so then why did another master mask show up here? A lot of things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact. Murder trial is starting tomorrow. Looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. Okay. (9:41 a.m.) Hey, Nick. Okay, so the trial is about to start. What is it this time? I can't believe how many people are here for the trial. It is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Why don't you know this? They're having Detective Atney's trial today. They say they're going to try him as Master Mass. That was fast. Wait, I'd love to see Master Mass trial. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? Who is the one that said I know? She went back home. She says she can't neglect her training anymore. Oh, you don't like me. What is that? Ever since that incident last year. Please don't ignore me. Oh, okay. No one likes me. No one will notice me, even if I kill someone. Let me see, wait a second. I don't mean you're the murderer. No, I'm just a poor thief. Wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be Pooh. Now let's see, according to Mr. Light, from the second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending to him to help him commit the heist. Do you think there's a connection between the thief and the murder? It's possible that today's trial is a race against the clock. Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. Okay, 10 a.m. Plus. Gavel. Court's now in session for the trial. Let's see, I'm gonna take a break right here before we start this. So I'll be back in like, I don't know, seems like I usually take like 20 minutes. I'm gonna have like a snack and go pee. You know, all that stuff. So, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Did everything I needed to do. Okay. Got a snack. It was my birthday a few days ago, actually. And I still have some cake left. It's pretty good. It's a, like, double chocolate cake. Just had a few bites of it. Okay, so our defendant is Rhonda Light. He's kind of like a weird guy. He's like a thief named Master Mask. And he wants everyone to know that he's Master Mask. Because, you know, for some reason, for some people's, like, bad attention is... That's the only way you get attention, right? Like, doing bad things. But for this particular trial, he had seen his boss getting hit in the head. No, he got hit in the head. And when he woke up, his boss was dead on the floor. And so he proceeded to grab him and stuff him in his safe. So why would you see someone dead on the floor and then stuff them into a safe? Like, none of it makes sense. I was trying to think about it for the last few minutes. Like, why? Or maybe he's lying. Because this is a man that seems like he likes to roleplay. So it's like half the things he says is like truth, the other half is like lies. He said he needed to be Master Mask, the thief, because he was trying to fund his wife's frivolous spending. But the person that was telling him to do all this stuff was his ex-boss, which was the one that got killed. So how in the world... How did that even come to happen? Like, how would your boss fire you and then tell you to start stealing stuff from him? I don't know, I've been trying to think of it, a reason. I always try to understand, like, when I play these games and stuff like that, talking to people in real life, why would you lie about certain things? Possibly, what is your intent? I try to not think about it too hard. You know, it's like a why. A lot of people just say things, like, just to say things, though. Like, they'll just... You know, there's no deep meaning behind it. It's just... Or sometimes just, like, off the cuff. Like, it's just... You know, they just say something and then... You know, whatever. It's just, okay, whatever. Go on to the next topic. But this guy for sure wants everyone to know that he's Master Mask. So, who knows what the outcome of this is going to be. I do suspect that his wife might possibly be involved. That's just a guess of mine. I don't know if it's true. Only because she like keeps mentioning about like the time it takes to go to one place to another. Like, no, it takes 20 minutes to go here, but it takes 30 minutes to go there. Like, how do you even know something like that? Or why are you even telling me that? But, like I said, it could just be something like she's just saying, just to say it. Like, there's just something that came up in her brain that she wanted to share. You're ready. Preparation is the last refuge for the weak. Okay, settle down everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement. He's got the judge in the palm of his hands, yet again. Rondelite is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means. I need you to get out more. Not just war. That is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand that, right? Yes, well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Wow, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KV Security. The death photo. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated at 1 a.m. the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial, but the first one is always the best. Okay. Okay, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Rondelite, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but... I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She brought a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. You got guts, Trait. It's probably a good thing to get some of the facts straight from his perspective. You did it. Yes. No. That's not true. For military, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Well, Mr. Delight already looks plain guilty with that face he's making. And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Very well, now then, can you tell me something? You didn't kill Bullard. Why did you go to KV Security? Well, it's kind of a hard thing to say. Boy, I wish I could go home. Now then, let's hear some testimony. My visit to KB Security. That evening around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I've been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office is. 1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place. The weight gets washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it out. Ha, it's bitter today, too, just like my destiny. You never know that from the way he's chugging it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Okay, so around 1 a.m., we went to see Mr. Bullard. Blackmail told him to go there. I've been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where the office was. Sounds pretty solid. Okay, so he did give us like a testimony right here. From Damas' second heist on, he was stealing as directed from the blackmail letters. I'll just press him on everything and then see. Get more information. 1 a.m., you're sure about that? That's my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch is slow, and my internal clock was also a bit. 1 a.m., that's the exact time the victim was murdered. It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. The blackmail letter I got. It ordered you there. It's the first time I've gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail? Oh, of course. They say things like, steal this or take that. Hold it. Why don't you save this for later? Sure. So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring 50k. Money, a perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but I never intended to pay that money anyway. Is that right? After all, he had nothing to do to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. Let's have that added to your testimony. A muddy mudskipper in outer space has a better. A muddy mudskipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving. Okay. Blackmail thread didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. Just what were you being blackmailed about? Blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed. I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullard didn't have anything on me. Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Dusty believes in me. That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. I've been working for KB Security until a year ago. Used to be security chief for KB Security. Security chief, you? And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge. Perfect motive. This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject. Why? Yeah, why was he fired? The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay. I needed money. Tessie loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world. My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company. Really? Q Security has a lot of security infos in all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, I stole some data and sold it. Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately. I wish I'd never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it a secret. It made it seem like I had quit on my own. I don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to the company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. So you meant that you stole data from the company. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's gonna take a jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. Phoenix Wright always says like this crazy... He has like crazy dialogue in his head, but I was thinking like he's an art student. So that's probably why. He's an art student before he became a lawyer. He fired me for selling company secrets. I just don't know how... Wasting money. It's not a waste. Mr. Light doesn't know that her husband was fired. Not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets. This case has gotten even mind to think seriously about couples. Try to stay focused. Wasn't gonna cause me trouble. But he did this anyway. That didn't scare me. You see what I was saying though, right? It was like... Talking about the threat didn't scare me. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, if you don't, I'll take the red diamond. Okay, so yeah, I mean, he was incentivized to go. And one of these options gave me different things to click. Well, this is new. Okay, I thought they were talking about this already. I'm afraid that reason isn't gonna hold up anymore. What do you mean? The victim had no proof the defendant was mass to mass. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier. That was all over with once I was fired. But it is true that the fact I stole secrets was kept under wraps. And so there's no reason for me to pay. Is that really true? Saving. I wonder if you would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. Should have delay. I bet you would have been considered trouble. Your identity as company data thief was made public. Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. That's exactly right. I prefer to keep up the heat. My little lawyer amigo. I like that about this game because, like, you know, you could see how like the people, like the characters, like interact with each other. It's like they're like some of the things they say are just like little quips. Why would Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? I don't know, I feel like they said already. I feel like they said already, because I feel like he said like he doesn't want his wife to know, but I guess they said that was bullshit. I don't know. Yeah, okay, it's wrong. I kind of feel like, let me reset. Probably had something to do with that. I just got it wrong. You'd have been in a lot of trouble if your identity... Maybe it does have something to do. Maybe it has something to do with this, the red diamond you received the other day. I don't know, let's try it. Why wouldn't he want... Okay, I think I presented this. Let me try that again. I'm trying to like connect everything that they're saying to like any of these evidence. So I remember he was the first ice that he had before they took the picture, because he was wearing the outfit. He threw it in the trash and he put his security outfit on. But why would that have been a problem? I don't know, I'm gonna present that newspaper clipping. My lawyer amigo. I'll try the newspaper clipping thing. This could probably not even be it. I'm gonna present the wife. All these I'm doing reluctantly. I think you must have been scared, very scared. Okay, I thought they already mentioned a wife. Because he already mentioned his wife already. My Desi. Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Yes, we know. It was not your wife's fault. Mr. Delight's still company dated to pay for his wife's spending. Yeah, they already mentioned it, that's why. And your little face is his own wife. Someone needs his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Everything is falling neatly into place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that. Seems that we learned a great deal of things so far. I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Apparently there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A funny man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. Ugh. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Tell us. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Okay, this is what he told me. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead, and after that, if I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there, dead. Suddenly hit on the forehead. I believe the detective yesterday provided a similar testimony. He said that Master Max struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. No one's gonna believe a pathetic lie like that. I really was attacked. I'll find out if what you say is true or not. Got that, Mr. Trey? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Gadot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. If I hadn't been wearing that. What does he mean by that? Confused. Clarify what you're referring to. Why, my Master Mask costume. Wait just a moment. Master Mask? Oh, did I think to mention it before? Just be on the safe side, I dressed as Master Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? Did you know about this? You never told me this. I don't recall ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. Seems a little friendly who loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait. It was a little lie. It's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind. My 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Please correct your testimony. I'd have been killed if I'd been wearing my Master Mask costume. thing is, I didn't know he had it anymore, because he said he threw it in the trash. He said he didn't have the costume anymore, he threw it in the trash, and then that other guy took it. But why are you dressed up as Master Mass? Why? Because I am Master Mass. What are you talking about? Master Mass trial is being held next door. Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I was being blackmailed over the Master Mass issue. He just doesn't even care anymore. So I thought I should go with him just to be safe. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I expected. It took a lot longer. What is he talking about? What do you mean by it took a lot longer? Opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door. That's what happened when I was hiding Mr. Blood's body. What? Hang on. You're the one that hid the body in the safe? Yeah. Inconceivable. Excuse me, I'm trying to drink my tea. What were you thinking? Question, when does someone toss their dirty shorts in the light or the washing machine? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you know that Mr. Delight with the body because he's the murderer? So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. You knew about this whole safe business. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Okay. This is getting worse and worse. Okay, hid the body in the safe. Panic and hid the body in the safe. It took 10 minutes. Why did you hide the body in the safe? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find this corpse, they think I did it. Huh. I think he had a simpler reason than that. It's because he killed him. That's why he spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense. 10 minutes. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? It's been 10 whole minutes to do it. They always like give me hints. They're like, oh yeah, I know what it was. I'm like, tell me. The buzzer went off at 1:02. Okay, so... Connected to the basement. I think I understand. So he panicked and hit the body in the safe. So they're saying what they were talking about was like, why would he take 10 minutes to do it? It's because the CEO is presumptively hit the buzzer at 102, which would mean that the security is supposed to come and check on what that was. So I'm gonna submit this. Can you please take a look at this record? Record for the emergency buzzer that connects to the CEO's office. If the button in the office is pressed, the security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 102. What? Mr. Rondelite truly was a murderer. He would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way. Probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. No one used to work there. Up until a year ago, my client was working as the chief of security. There's no way he would have known about them. Okay, what are you gonna say to that? As it turns out, the guard never came. It wasn't any more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the kisser and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Again, remember who we're dealing with. There's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. The buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way you couldn't have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Oh yeah. Let's hear your theory. With the defendant's testimony, the moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said that he felt dazed. Willing to wager, he was knocked unconscious for a few minutes. Unconscious? So he fainted? That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer sounded. And that's why I thought he had time to have a body. Mr. Delight was knocked out and the buzzer went off. Unless my client was able to hit the buzzer. It could only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right, whoever knocked out Rondelite pressed the buzzer. Order in the court. Objection. This is preposterous. Look at this kid. Rondelite. How old is this guy anyway? He's 23. Question mark, okay. And who pressed the buzzer? I do wonder who the murderer was. It was the victim, of course, but there's no fingerprints on it. Pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. So, hang on. Look at the autopsy. It's really hemorrhaging. I don't know what that means. Did he die right away or? What's your opinion on this? You need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? In particular, I don't know. I mean, if there's someone in there, someone else, I couldn't even think of who it would be. Maybe I could just present. I'll just present the, it wasn't Cane Bullard, because there's no fingerprints on it. But I kind of feel like that points the blame at, I don't know. It points the blame at the guy I'm trying to defend. Because he wears gloves. Is there some kind of clue in it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say. The fact that there's absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it, actually he would have left his fingerprints on it. Wrong delight. Obviously locking off. Oh, what are you? A guard would come at any moment. He touched that button, I know he did. They're really going at it. Master Mass always wear gloves. What reason could he have possibly had to wet the button? Order. Let's see. I've been forced to eat crow. I don't even know what that means. I wonder what blood number crow flavored coffee is. No, if the real killer was there at the scene, how did that person press the emergency button? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Looks like you were fresh. You have a pro checks. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard around 1. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place. The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer, please stop making that noise. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Security was supposed to respond. You got some guts. I like that in your point. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? To find out what it did. They didn't mean to. To call the security guard, I feel like this is plausible because what if he pressed the button thinking the security was gonna come and then he like ran out of there and then that way the blame would be on the defendant. I'm trying to think of a scenario where he didn't mean to. He didn't like mean to hit the button. I'm not sure. I'm gonna just do the second one. The killer knew that if they pressed the button, the guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. You mean that the killer called the guard on purpose? Yeah, although it turned out he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock clean at the time. What a touching story. Saying that the killer had a change of heart and called a guard to turn himself in. And then would point the blame at someone else. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in the office. The victim, Kane, who's already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who's out cold. And third person, the real killer. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? Only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And the security guards came running in at that time. They would think that I was the murderer. Precisely. To find Ron Delight for the murder. Order. Order, order, order. It would seem. I've been made to eat my words once again. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? I'm the one and only Master Mass, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is... You know, I don't know. And I know it sounds crazy, but I really think it was his wife. But I don't know why though. I don't know, maybe the motive was money. Like, I don't know. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and also knew he even called McCabe security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then... I don't know. Just do it. Actually, the true culprit was none other than Ron Delight's wife, Desiree. What? Mr. Wright, have you gone insane?
Objection!
Aren't you forgetting something? Oh, she had an alibi? It was Desiree Delight at 1 AM. She was at the police station almost the entire night. Being questioned after being stopped for reckless riding. Seems that senility may be setting in early for you. Looks like you better think again. That framed Mr. Delight for the murder. You know what? Who is this guy? I forgot that he had a red diamond. Remember that? He was holding like a red diamond. Detective Luke Atman. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace detective. Luke Atman. Master Mass did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Master Mass at all. He is in actuality the true murderer of King Bullard. We need to bring him in here. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder, which is more serious? Not even close. Murder is the most serious crime. It's a capital crime punishment. It is a capital crime subject to capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday. He has a red diamond. look at me confess. It was a huge promotion. So we're being convicted of murder. He was found guilty of grand larceny. That was a true objective all along. Master Mass had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lord Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Master Mass was Luke Atney's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. As an alibi? You know, it's almost time. For what? Look at Atney's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. It's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Oh no, I need proof. Okay, let me save. The only thing I could think of is the red gem. If we were to intrude it and fail to provide adequate proof, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. But that's only good when your life is the ante. That's right, I believe in you, Mr. Delight. So, please. Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. I really wish your life had this to end. Yes. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. From your climate, take the path of trust. That voice, it sounds like... Nemo? Wrong. Defense requests an immediate recess. Ha. So that is your answer. Very well, I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. When we return, please sign and look at me to sign. Yes. $158. Oh yeah, it's this guy. Well, Sir Detective Atney. I have to say, you performed splendidly. Oh no, Sir Detective. You were the one who... Oh, holy crap. This court sees no reason to prolong this trial. The court finds the defendant... Don't hand down your verdict yet. He like ran in there. Hey, well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who's this Jose? My name is Felix Wright, attorney at law. I wish to file an accusation against this man. Accusation? You accuse Master Mass. That man is not Master Mass. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? Looks like a Pokemon. My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mina's voice. She's still alive, inside your heart. Oh, Miss Delight. Is it true that Detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have definite proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. Wasn't he at Lord Taylor last night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atney want to kill the King Bullard? Oops, it's almost time to get back to the courtroom. We need to find some solid proof. It's gotta happen sooner rather than later. 12:21. Now then, this court is back in session. Look at me and please take this in. Well. Yes, yes. I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I can't let them hand down your verdict just yet. And it would have given you the perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Master Mass. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Luke Abney has no idea what you mean. Of course, I've been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could even know what's going on with him. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long. Being tried as Master Mass. Indeed. Surely child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the portfolios ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring. Yeah, see? You see that? Look. I'll take that red diamond you received. I just don't know, because this was found in that other guy's house. I don't really know how to connect that though. You continue to insist that you are Master Mass. Of course. Very well then. Let's begin with a simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at this hour? Only without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. Don't worry, I will not hold it against you. Thanks. Tisk, tisk. Alright, Mr. Abney. Deny the murder. Speak. I'm listening. As you wish. I was selling that urn as Master Mass, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. The photograph contains no words. In this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Master Mass was the same time as the murder. It seems the main point of discussion will be the photo of the crime scene. Everything else until now is part of his plan. There must be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great Master Mass cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Fortunately, we stopped to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. Okay. Let's see. Okay, you're still in that urn. I don't have enough time to prepare. It was pathetically easy. The photograph contains no words. Time at which the camera captured Master Mass at the same time as the murder. The only thing wrong with this, like, how do you even know? Did he know that? Did he say that he knew that a murder happened? Not the camera that took the photograph. It's all too clear what you're thinking. You think I altered the timestamp? I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Wright Taylor, and on top of that, There's Lawyer Taylor's staff that printed the picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that the picture could have been altered. So otherwise false, must be. Either the master mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. Might have something to do with this thing. Because yeah, the master mask is supposed to wear this. With this emblem. But in here he's not wearing it. It got ripped off. So this photograph is proof. Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That's why I'm called Master Mask. But conveniently, that also means that there's no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean?
Objection.
Are you saying that this is not, in fact, Luke at me? That it could have been an accomplice dressed up as Master Mask to create an alibi? What an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? He had an accomplice. Who would that even be? This screen could just be tricking me. Oh, oops. So, like this blackmail letter found in Ron's room. What if they both got the same letter? Luke at me was at KB Security. And the Master Mask in this picture has to be fake. If you're making baseless claims, I'll treat you to penalty myself. It wouldn't make sense. I'm gonna present it, it's probably wrong. What is this person? That's quite the prank they're trying to pull. There's any evidence that the person is in fact the accomplice. The aura! The aura that this person has around them. If you're going to judge someone by their aura, it'd be right up there as #1 suspect. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right, that was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lily Taylor 10 days before the ice. That would mean that you sent the card after you began your security watch. Becoming a purloin, the most priceless work of art. What if it's that chick? She's the only one that knows, like, the door code. There's no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was a perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. See, you truly are evil. Evil is what I am. Isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective, but if the urn was stolen from Lord of the Terror was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. Yeah, he seems like a different character. Let me try, the security lady. Yeah, I'm gonna try this lady. Okay, this was wrong too. The aura. That's so funny. Like, what does that even mean? Okay, I reread all those. I don't know who else will be working with them. They're photographing this piece of evidence, is that correct? Indeed it is. Everything that proves I committed the crime. Everything that proves you committed the crime. Surely even you understand by now. Lily Taylor provided that camera, there's no way I could have tampered with it. That means I could not have killed Kane Bullard. Basement warehouse in this picture that supposedly captures it. It's going to be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? Yeah, I kind of felt like that other thing was just something to trick you. But this might be it. So there's something funny about the picture. So the splotches here. Adrian dropped the urns box 2 weeks ago. She also knocked over some paint. Carpenter repaired. This was 2 weeks ago. Been replaced in its box. Kept out of sight. It got put back into this box. This one. Carried into the basement, moved again that night. I forgot what where this golden statue was. It was like... I think the statue was like right here. Like the day before, and then it got moved. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? There's definitely something strange about the picture. There's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory. Let's hear what you have to say. I'm gonna just say this area. The funny part is right here. This is a blood stain. Blood. Now this case is getting interesting. Stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach colored at that. And blood to peaches. Sure loves going on those wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. It turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. So I guess it's this. I think it got moved. Supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, a golden statue just happened to arrive from somewhere. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it there when he first saw it. All my stuff was there the night my theft took place and saw the statue in that spot. This picture was surely taken on that night, and the statue should have been there. But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Wait, did he call her? Did he call her? Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. Huh. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved last night? Yeah, why was it moved? Why did we move the statue? Never mind who moved it, the real question is why. Shoot, I don't even know. Who was the one that moved the statue? I don't know. Maybe it was him. on now, Sirloin. There you go again on one of your strange illusions. What basis do you have for your strange illusions? It's very simple. When this was the only one in the basement warehouse. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? What reason did the witness have to move a statue? Look at me, you pretend to be mass to mass. To create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Terror last night. This photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like a cheap film at a drugstore. If the statue was here, I'm really trying to think here. I don't know. Maybe he wanted the paint marks to show. I don't know, there's no paint on the I'm just trying to think. There's no paint on the box. And there's paint on the box. Can I look up the... Maybe the paint on the box missing? Mass to mass is fake. The current question is why the golden statues move. So the possible connection could there be with mass to mass identity? Oh buggers. My face has oh buggers written all over it. I don't know. Okay, this was wrong too, I think. As the Yiddish proverb goes, a half-truth is a big lie. Oh, wait, I lost all my health. That's enough. The court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. Court finds the defendant guilty. I'm trying to think. So the photo was... There's a lie in the photo. Isn't there something funny about the picture? I was thinking also, I just remember this thing. Found in the shadow of the Amy face statue. Maybe it has something to do with this. Okay, so we did this already. Okay, did this already. It might have something to do with that brooch, because it wasn't. He's not wearing it. Wait, let me say it again. Something should be there, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh yeah, okay. I think we did this too. Actually, the old bag was sitting in the corner. And the brooch was sitting there too, right? This actually is quite large. That's the wrong reason as to why that statue is moved. I'm gonna do the brooch thing. I forgot about this too. I actually forgot about this. Okay, so he was the one that moved it. I forgot about the weapon because she's like holding the weapon. The statue's holding the weapon. But it was like found on like the other side of the room. So I'll present the brooch first. The brooch. I think I did this already. There's nowhere else I can do. I did the paint. Anywhere I go on here, it's gonna say mask and mask. I'm gonna do the time. The lie on the photo is the timestamp. I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke at me went to KB security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to be at Lord of the Terror at this time. What does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will. I like that case Wright explains it all for me, because I don't have a fucking clue. When was the statue placed beside the warehouse door? The statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Look at me and Hardy decided on the time he was going to kill the victim. In order to create an alibi, he took this picture days before the murder. Really? Of course, the statue hadn't been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. So on the day of the crime, Mr. What? That is crazy thinking. I would have not thought of that. He took that picture like way before. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory. What does that mean? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down in a place where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke at me had to move the statue on the night of murder. He did it to make the room match with the way he had in the photo. Uh-oh. Mr. Atney, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? Data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off the night of the crime. Shut your mouth. It is true that the camera had been set up. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Mr. Gadot, what is the meaning of this? I warned you about making me wait. I love the cup. Promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial, which means I'm still good to the last drop. A good point. We are all the travelers on a road of infinite points. If you got your points mixed up with your other points, so you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. It's a very interesting idea, however, there's one point that can't be denied. Say it, say it. But it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's true. Yes. There's no funny business in your actions. There should be no problem with you telling us your strategy, so let's hear it. Please provide the court with your testimony about your plan to steal the secret room. I first received the request about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box, and Suave was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handed security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoother. Alas, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. Sure there are no mistakes. Marie. Magistrate, you may begin your cross-examination. I was unable to see the urn. It was extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. What did the card say? Simple for our highest, the emblem is top secret. Oh, it said the speckled urn. Okay, so I know he knew what it looked like. Assuming he's masked to mask, and he sent the card. That means that he saw the urn. You also wrote this calling card, correct? Is there a problem with the calling card? Allow me to read a passage. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here surely refers to the pink pattern on the urn. Truth be told, there's no way that Master Mask could have known about the pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lord the Tailor. The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, should I say error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. Can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly matches the paint pattern. Which means Detective Abney had seen the urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. Whew. Because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Unless you have anything to say for yourself. Alright. Uh-oh. It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Master Mask. And now we're calling him the murderer. I don't think we're being a tad fickle. It's a good point. Say Luke Atney was the one who killed Kane Bullard. Why would he do that? What did Mr. Wright motive? Might you my murderous motive manifest? He's getting his second win. I mean, I think it's, like I said earlier, the red diamond on his finger. He must have had a very strong motive. The only one with any motive we've seen is Rhonda Light. Isn't that right? According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us. We're doing everything we can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. Right, Luke Atney. had no point of contact with the victim whatsoever. Cane Bullard decided to investigate mass to mass and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote that blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable, and the defendant truly believes he is Master Mass. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Bullard. So the victim, Cane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant. This is the blackmail letter. Handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. What? I always thought that was like a load of baloney, because it's like anyone could fake handwriting. Oh, what did they update? Oh, okay. Cane Bullard decided to investigate mass to mass and simply mistook who he was. Then Mr. Bullard will harbored a grudge. Bullard decided to investigate. It was Mr. Bullard who was talking about it. I do think it has something to do with the diamond. Mr. Bullard harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight. I was thinking all this stuff that he has in there might have something to do with it, I think. Because this is all the stuff that Master Mass stole. He was stealing as directed by the blackmail letters. I'll just press him on everything and then... I have here a memo from Ron, Delight's wife, Desiree. He thinks he's Master Mass. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Well, Mr. Wright. Is he trying to act like Miss Delight? Probably is actually pretty convincing. That's why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill King Bullard. Yeah, I might cross him on everything to get more information. Who in the world is going to prove that? After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atney and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. Perhaps they were connected through their work. They were both involved in security. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. Delight. From the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take an error. That wasn't what I meant. So who did the victim mistake mass to be? The answer is obvious. Round the light, of course. I have to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. How did the victim mistake the defendant from mass to mass? Don't you already know that? Take a look at the newspaper. It's a famous tier of Anon. Photo shows a magnificent detective as well. Furthermore, it also shows the ugly guard, namely the defendant. The victim clearly misread this article. He got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact mass to mass. That wasn't an unusually reasonable deduction. It says bring 50K. And the handwriting is without a doubt the victims. There's no mistake, we have an official report to prove it. I don't see an addressee on this letter anyway. This letter was discovered by Rhonda Light's apartment, and Mr. Light did show up at the designated place and time. I just had a thought, what if the blackmailer wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? I was thinking that too, just don't know how to present it. Maybe security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. Since I was a security team chief, I stole data from the company. King Bullard had not yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was a thief. Here's a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail. Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually mass to mass? On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of... Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable, but the defendant truly was a mass to mass. just present this. I don't know. Because it was probably meant for, him. You said that this letter was addressed around a light. I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off at saying things like that. You're the one to talk. Times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you got there, Junior? Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content. I don't know, what do they mean by contradicting evidence? If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world. And he's saying, he's saying that, he mistaked him for Master Mass because he's in this photo. I'll present this. I'm not really sure, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the tear of Amenon, the stolen jewel. The problem is that this... Wait, what? Okay, never mind. I said the color. I'm not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel was mentioned. Check that red diamond you used the other day. Red? Which means, the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the tear of Amenon.
Objection!
So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? They were both- okay, so they were both getting blackmail letters. This is who Kane Bullard was actually the blackmailer. Actually, it was you, Detective Batman. There's some sort of basis for that claim? You have been personally involved in every single Master Mass case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as a reward. Probably the one wrapped around this conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. You know, why would he be wearing that? Seems like Kane Bullard wrote a letter that ordered the blackmail of you. Seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks. Kane Bullard blackmailing Loot at me? Are you for real? Yeah, I am. Answer me this. The blackmail letter contains a foreign passage. You don't want your identity revealed to the world. Okay, as a point, I don't know what he means. King Bullard threatened to make Wright Atney's identity public knowledge. Atney killed King Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. It was the identity. It's definitely not this one. When they were talking about this, I was thinking Mass to Mass. But maybe it's a blackmailing. Would he be the one blackmailing, would he be the one blackmailing him? Does that make sense? I don't know, maybe it's Mass. I'm gonna send it on. Uh-oh, he's not sweating. This is what you've been saying up to this point. Witness pretended to be Mass in order to pin him around. Which is the case, he wanted to set up to and beyond the day he died. That Rondolite was in fact Mass. Some change of heart. Okay. Maybe it was like a top-down kind of thing, so like the victim was blackmailing Kane Bullard was blackmailing him, and then he was blackmailing him. He was a blackmailer. Okay, sweating now. Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Wright Atney. You saying that Atney was blackmailing someone else on top of that? I have to admit, that does sound odd. It's not odd, it's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Wright Atney. Rondolite was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So did you start to receive blackmail letters starting after this incident? Yes, just a few days after khrenoneno. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans with some very kind person, incredibly detailed plans. In which case, I would mean Rondolite was actually Mass. That's what we were claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal the start from me. And that someone was none other than Luke Atney. Luke Atney. Shush. Now I see, it's all becoming clear. When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you... Say that I, weak at me, was blackmailing Rhonda White. In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Master Max. Rhonda White started receiving plans from the second crime onward, which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot, better evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke and me know that Rhonda White was Master Max? I think in here, because he said he stole a suit from the trash. When we were in grade school, we received the same report card, getting the loss of mischief, trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This new paper clipping has a picture of you and Rhonda White. It seems that Master Max didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. It sounds far too stupid to be true. That's when you learn that under his mask, Master Max was really Rhonda White. What the... Only that, looks like he's not even an ace detective. I can't believe it. He's a slimy blackmailer. This is what he didn't want revealed. How dare you expose me like that? I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm afraid you're neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why you? How do you do it? Why are you doing something with those big mouths? Because I say none of you can compare my genius and so goon. Ace detective cannot blackmail. Ha ha. It's enough to make one laugh. Okay, so you did it. Seems we got to the real answer. Most part of proponents. Bailiff, please prepare a cell.
Objection!
Uh-oh. A hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. And I'm gonna say one thing. I will be the one to judge. You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't as sharp enough. Where do you? It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atney was a fluky blackmailer. That he wasn't at Lordly Terror the night of the murder. That's right, that's why he's the one who killed. But... still one thing you have to prove. Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB security, then I don't see how a verdict could be delivered. No way. You're so close. This is it. This is the final round. Okay, you gotta prove that he was there. I want to hear your answer. I mean, I have to prove it, right? Or no? That'd be great down and follow the pieces. Okay, I have to prove that he is there. Can I even prove this? Like, okay, how does he even get in the CO's office? Oh no. Proof that he was in the office. Maybe it's the wallet? No, I don't think so. I love that picture. It's better. Very better. Okay. You guys, I don't know. To prove that Atme was in the Mr. Bullet's office. What if I say I can't prove it? I'm just curious. What if I say I can't prove it? Just as I thought.
Objection!
What do you mean? Won't allow for any more testimony, that's what I mean. Have you forgotten? Look at me is here after we interrupted his own trial, and you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict. Oh. Oh no, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I'm the ace detective, as well as Master Mass. Just as Ron Delight will verify that he is a true murderer. It'll be too late tomorrow. Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts. And it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Atme will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as Master Mass, which means he'll be innocent as far as the murder of King Bullet is concerned. The fact that you were unable to prove that Mr. Atme's guilt of the crime here means that he'll never again be tried for as a murderer. What? Shit. Now there's nothing I could possibly do. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent. Real killer, look at me. We'll go free. As long as there's no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? No. Here I am, cross-examination.
Objection!
I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, is this what was on your report card over here? Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you know that? Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice, no way. Oh my gosh. Long time no see. Yeah? This is the true power of the Korean channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. There's nothing more we can do. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now as you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Oh no, it seems that the love wins out in the end after all. I'm the ace detective as well as Master Mass. These comments appear to have no importance. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that alright with you, prosecutor? Something the matter? Nothing. You almost got away with it. Looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods would do anything to me, let's hear it. It's true that the witness made some remarks, so then let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Gadot, what are you? Okay. The defense would like to hear why you declare the defendant to be the true murderer. Yes, Chief. Okay. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Rhonda Light. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mass outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter? The victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. Witness' earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. How did you know about the emergency buzzer? This investigation documents went directly to me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary. You cannot postpone Luke Atmey's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Just Just one chance. Seems like the party is about to begin. I get one chance. Okay, I think this case is almost over. There isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony, so it would seem. Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence. At any rate, this is the last chance. You can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Yeah, thanks. Cup number 17. Since the last time, it seems like the time has come to put an end to the trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction. Okay, no evidence, just press it. Only get one chance, okay. Alright, I gotta read this carefully. It is true that it was not at Rotary Taylor. I leave to see another vitally important job request. I know about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph read. A brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Rhonda White. And thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. Button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it. Mr. Wright was wearing his mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. The blackmailer, the color likely just mistook the color of a jewel. I feel like he wouldn't have mistook the color. I don't know if prints if he sounded the alarm. He was wearing his mask-to-mouse outfit, but didn't this guy steal it? I'm assuming, like, he's saying that he's mask-to-mouse. Okay, I'm just gonna press this.
Objection!
I don't know if this one was right. Seems to have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office. I think because he took the mask-to-mouse outfit. They don't have any fingerprints on it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mouse outfit. That's what I said, my deductions are absolutely foolproof. Not like your deductions prove that you're a fool. Sorry? Whatever do you mean? For some some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. How exactly did we learn the fact that Rhonda Wright was dressed as Master Mass when he went to the scene of the crime? That was, it was just a few hours ago, back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. I forgot to mention it before, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. The defendant had yet to tell anyone that he was wearing it. The only people who should know are those who have been watching this trial. There's no way you should have known about that. You were in the next courtroom being tried as Master Mass. So then enlighten us. How did you know about this piece of information? Well... Come on, this detective must have known about it. Probably had. Plenty of chances to find out beforehand. Come on. It's those chances that I want to discuss. At night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mass outfit. There's one and only one way. The detective at me to find out. I didn't run away. Remember, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed a real killer. But Mr. Delight never saw him. There's no way to tell whether or not the real killer is Luke Atney. It's within that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer. And if you turn that statement around, it stands to follow that the real killer had also seen Rhonda Light. He saw Master Mass at the murder scene. He saw him when he killed Ken Bullard and assaulted Rhonda Light. That was the only way he could have known what Ron was wearing. Uh-oh. He's causing an earthquake. Yeah. What happened? Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. That's the same line I gave yesterday. I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. Oh. An awfully complicated incident. Ken Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atney, who was in turn blackmailing Rhonda Light. And upon cloning his blackmailer, Luke Atney tried to frame Rhonda Light. He then claimed to be guilty as Master Mass in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, came up with this plan. He was a double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. I'm gonna have to look that up later. At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth. Excuse me. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of a young man. Besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me. I didn't realize you were there. About the verdict. I know, you never committed any murder. That's right, I'm so glad you understand that, but... I really am Master Mass. So thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy? I've been careless. What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Master Mass is really innocent? For now, it would seem so. And then this court finds the defendant not guilty. Success. That was a long one. That was 5 hours long? Jeez, it was 5 hours long. This is really lucky. That wasn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I'm still master. We did it! Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? It's because Maya doesn't call me much these days. I'm just joking. I take everything so seriously. On the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of lost these days. I mean, about becoming the master of Korean channeling school? Becoming the master and saying goodbye to her mother. Excuse me. I mean, Misty Faye. Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Oh, then, see you around. Mr. Wright? I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore now it will. Come on. I'm cleared of the murder charges and got off as master to boot. In exchange, I lost everything. What do you mean? Selling security information from KB Security, becoming master mass. I did it all for one reason, for her. You mean Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. Uh-oh. Should have said she hated sneaking criminals. I knew that, but that's how I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had. She wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. It's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together. Uh-oh. I have to prove something, I guess. See, delight. Even if the bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. What the fuck are they trying to say? I don't know. Tessie was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife, she always believed in you. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that, but I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me. Why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you quit KB. Never imagined that you were really master mass either. Are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How can I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? Aww. After all, my back's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. It's so cute. But didn't you say that you hated criminals? Sorry, I sneeze. Oh. Didn't you say that you hated criminals? I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky, like that detective. Well, when he went and declared his crimes before he committed them like a man, I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous. Everything's right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Tessie. That's right, you really love Ron, don't you? People, right? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. Never forget what you've done. Take care of yourself. You too, Mickey boy. Gold. Maya. Okay, cool. So this one is finally done. Okay, so that's what the pot looks like. There's still cracks in it. very sweet. Okay, so episode 2 is completed. Recipe for turnabout. Cool, so, that was fun. Well, I guess I'll call it here. I don't know, we'll finish the game. Because, I don't know, I'm having fun with it. It's just like a lot of reading. A lot of reading. And it's all stressful, like, trying to do this, like, on stream or whatever. Like, I don't want to make any mistakes. I don't care, but I don't know, sometimes I get all sweaty trying to figure out, what to do on the fly. But, okay, so yeah, my schedule, I say this every time, my schedule is like Sundays and Tuesdays. So the next time I'll stream is Sunday night for me. So, and then we'll do the next episode. But for now, I'm just gonna call it here. Thank you for watching. I hope you like it as much as I do. But, alright, and I'm gonna put this VOD up. I didn't put the last episode up because I don't know, I just didn't feel like it. I think in the last VOD I was like, I mentioned like one thing that was kind of personal that I didn't really like want to be like published, I guess. It was just like one thing. So there's like certain things like I don't really feel like it needs to be like out there. So alright, I'm blabbering along. I'm blabbering. So yeah, I'll see you on Sunday. Okay, bye.